Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, and the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Good morning, honorable members. I take this opportunity to give you a brief update on the status of where we are in the activities being participated by members of the House in regard to the MOU with the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. The draft Code of Conduct is now in its final review with the Joint Working Group. I take the opportunity to thank all members who participated in the session with the Joint Working Group and those from the CPA in getting us this far. Next steps involve the Joint Working Group meeting to now discuss the implementation timeline. That implementation timeline and work will be conveyed to all members as soon as the working group has had a chance to discuss, review, and finalize. The other item is that of the revision of the standing orders. I'm pleased to report that starting next week will be the initial planning on how we move with this activity under the MOU with the CPA. Like the draft Code of Conduct, there too will be a working group that will be assembled with members from the House and members from the Senate, and we will establish a timeline for the work, and you will also be updated accordingly. Thank you.
Bill brought from the Senate.
Honorable members, I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to move that the House now consider the Senate amendments. And basically, Madam Speaker, they're just changing the date as to when to enact the changes to the salary adjustments.
Honorable members, the question is that the House do now consider the Senate amendments. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Amendment agreed by the Senate. Clause 8, delete clause 8 and replace with the following. This act shall be deemed to come into force on the 1st of June 2021.
Honorable members, the question is that the amendments as proposed by the Senate to the Public Emoluments and Allowances Reduction Bill 2021 be accepted. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Papers.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Infrastructure Development and Housing.
Morning, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 30/1/13, which is the contract agreements for Philip Golson Highway and Remate Bypass, upgrading projects Lot 1, 2, 3, 4, and Caracol Road upgrading projects Lot 1C. Madam Speaker, I'd like to make some short explanatory statements on each of the contracts for this paper, if you may allow. The Caracol Road upgrading project Lot C, contract award 21st of May 2021. The government of Belize secured a loan from the OPEC Fund for International Development for the Caracol Road upgrading project. This project, located in western Belize, was appraised by the OPEC Fund for International Development and presented to its board of directors, who approved a loan to the government of Belize. The Caracol Road upgrading project comprises 2 phases with approximately equal lengths of 42 kilometers. Phase 1 commenced on December 2019 with the signing of lots 1A and 1B. The recently amalgamated Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing conducted a review of the inherited Caracol Road upgrading project as one of the least priority and learned that the government of Belize had an active loan with clearly defined expiration dates. The ministry was advised by its colleague ministries of Finance and Economic Development that it should continue with the active loan and, based on existing commitment with its funding partner, execute the remaining works under Phase 1, funded by the OPEC Fund. However, consultations with the Kuwaiti Fund, Belize's financial partner for Phase 2, culminated in an agreement to defer Phase 2 for a year as Belize was experiencing an economic downturn, actively responding to the pandemic, and had not yet drawn upon the loan. Therefore, Madam Speaker, a comprehensive design review of those portions of the Caracol Road project that were not under construction, meaning Lot 1C, and 3 lots under Phase 2 was done. This resulted in substantial cost savings. Combined with a renegotiated supervision consultancy, a total savings, Madam Speaker, of approximately $28 million was achieved, a portion which is reflected in this contract Lot 1C. The Caracol upgrading project, Section 1C, is approximately 7 kilometers, which is approximately 4.3 miles. On the ground, this is from the Blancanu Lodge line intersection to the Pinol line intersection. The project includes the construction of earthen embankments as foundations for improved horizontal and vertical alignment, crushed gravel pavements, and 2 3.35 meters lanes with 0.5 meter shoulders, and a double bituminous chip seal wearing course. The road drainage scheme will also be upgraded through the replacement of undersized culverts with concrete pipes. Madam Speaker, 3 bridges will be constructed, 1 at the Privación Creek, 2 Oakburn Creek, and 3 at the Pinol Creek. All bridges are designed to the AASHTO standards and is of reinforced concrete build with precast girder elements. Additional improvements include the addition of modern safety features, including high visibility signs, road edge markers, painted lane marking, and safety rails as needed. With no objection from the funding agency, the government of Belize signed a contract for the Caracol Road upgrading project with Belize Roadway Construction, Section 1C, in the amount of Belize $12,152.27. It is anticipated that works will commence immediately. Right now, they are presently doing the mobilization, Madam Speaker. The project will be implemented by the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing, the project execution unit of that ministry, while NARCO consultants of Kuwait will provide technical and administrative supervision. That is for the Caracol, Madam Speaker. The second contract that has been signed is the Philip Golson Highway Remate Bypass upgrading project, Madam Speaker. Contract award the 21st of May 2021. The government of Belize, under the previous administration, secured funding for the Philip Golson Highway and Remate Bypass upgrading project in the form of part grant from the United Kingdom Caribbean Infrastructure Partnership Fund and loan from the Caribbean Development Bank. The procurement process commenced with the pre-qualification by contractors in July 2020 and subsequent evaluation of bids by independent consultants Politecnica of Italy in December 2020. After careful consideration and honoring the existing commitment to the funding partners, Cabinet determined that the project was vital for promoting economic development, enhancing road safety, and climate resilience, and therefore, Cabinet approves its implementation, Madam Speaker. The Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing conducted its own diligent review of the selection process to ensure impartiality and transparency, and now wishes to announce that contracts for Lot 1, Lot 2, Lot 3, and Lot 4 have been awarded as follows. Lot 1, Tycrob and Sons Limited, for a total amount of Belize dollars $10,530,865.48. This lot includes two sections of the PGH, Section 1, Section A, and Section D. Section A commences at the existing culvert at approximately mile 24.5 and terminates at the existing turnabout at the beginning of the Orange Walk bypass. Section D commences from northern intersection at the Remate Road bypass and terminates at the border post in Santa Elena. Civil works for this section, Madam Speaker, includes installation of additional and new drainage structures as well as side roads and driveways to improve climate resilience. Shoulder widening and pavement strengthening utilizing a double bituminous surface treatment pavement. Road safety features as was discussed in the previous contract for the Caracol Road, and construction of a roundabout at the Crooked Tree Junction. Lot 2, Madam Speaker. This was awarded to Cisco Construction Limited for a total amount of Belize $27,079,302.32. This section commences from the existing roundabout at the beginning of the Orange Walk bypass and terminates just before the proposed new roundabout forming the southern end of the Ramate bypass. The civil works are very similar to described before. Lot 3, Madam Speaker. This was also awarded to Cisco Construction Limited for a total amount of $21,931,778.70, which comprises the construction of the entire Remate Road bypass. The civil works, very similar to what was described before, Madam Speaker. And then finally, Madam Speaker, Lot 4. This contract was awarded to Tycrob and Sons Limited for a total amount of Belize $19,791,478.71. This lot includes the two sections of the PGH, Sections E and E2. Sections E1 commences at the southern end of the Remate bypass and terminates at the existing roundabout at the southern end of the existing dual carriageway boulevard in Corozal Town. Section E2 commences from the northern end of the Remate bypass and terminates at the start of the existing dual carriageway boulevard in Corozal Town. Madam Speaker, the procurement method used was the International Competitive Bidding, ICB, and selection of contractors was done by independent consultant Politecnica of Italy, in accordance with the Caribbean Development Bank's procedures for selection of contractors 219. Works have already, they are mobilizing, Madam Speaker, and the work is expected to be completed by August 2023. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that paper is ordered to lie on the table.
Statement by ministers.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs.
With your permission to remove my mask, Madam Speaker. Very, very pleasant good morning, Madam Speaker, and all members of this honorable House. I rise this beautiful Friday morning in July to place on record, Madam Speaker, the pride that this government takes and the legislators on this side of the House in the unprecedented appointment of women to high office in this country, Madam Speaker. I believe that it is cause for some celebration, and with your kind permission, Madam Speaker, I will place some of the appointments on record. Madam Speaker, it is with great pleasure, humility, yes, but also pleasure, that we place on record the appointment of the first indigenous Maya woman from San Antonio, Toledo, as the third Governor General of Belize. Her Excellency Froila Salam, we are very, very certain, will serve with distinction, with humility, and with honor as she carries out the duty of Governor General. Madam Speaker, your good self, appointed as the Speaker of this Honorable House, Ms. Carolyn Trench Sandiford as the President of the Senate. We also have a woman acting Chief Justice, our Attorney General, our Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Legal Affairs, Ms. Magali Marin Young, Honorable, is very, very proudly, I believe, serving in that role. And if I could be allowed to say that she has hit the ground running in terms of the work ethic and the dedication that she is now bringing to her role. Madam Speaker, when you look at numbers and percentages, it is actually 40% of the opposition bench who are women, and that sounds wonderful, but it is a small number. On this side of the House, Madam Speaker, we are 7.6%. And I acknowledge my sister colleague, the Honorable Member for Corozal Bay, Honorable Elvia Vega Samos. We do hope, Madam Speaker, that we can bring more women to serve in elected office. It's an arduous task, but we will continue to work hard at it. As our Prime Minister and the member for Orange Walk Central has said to us, men do not so easily give up the power that they enjoy. Women do have to fight for it, struggle for it, and demand that power. And so I want to encourage our Belizean women to aspire for elected high office so that we can bring more of our numbers to serve in the National Assembly. Madam Speaker, there has been an unprecedented number of chief executive officers who are women. I pause to particularly recognize, I may be taking a little risk here in not calling other names who have served with distinction, but within the Ministry of Health, I really want to beg your indulgence to particularly recognize Dr. Melissa Diaz Musa, I believe, who has been doing an excellent job in her work in support of our Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness and member for Cayo North, Honorable Michelle Shibat. Madam Speaker, we have had an unprecedented number of women serving on statutory boards and bodies in our country. The chairperson of the Social Security Board, the chairperson of the National Honors and Awards Commission, our chairpersons for the National Commission for Families and Children, our National Women's Commission, and our nominee for the National Council on Aging. I hasten on, Madam Speaker, to acknowledge the women ambassadors who are serving abroad and to say that we are particularly proud that they have been appointed. Madam Speaker, the commitment of our Honorable Prime Minister, member for Orange Walk Central, and his government to recognizing the contributions of women in this country, I believe is unprecedented, and I want to personally pause to acknowledge his leadership and his commitment to having us continue to serve. Please, members, let us recognize the member for Orange Walk Central and Prime Minister of Belize. Last, but certainly not least, Madam Speaker, we recognize and acknowledge, and I think that it is cause for us to mark the appointment of Dr. Carla Barnett as the next Secretary General of CARICOM, a Belizean woman who we believe will serve our region very, very well. I will not take more of the House's time this morning, Madam Speaker, but only to repeat that our commitment on this side of the legislature is strong, it is dedicated, and it will continue to make sure that we honor our women in service and that we do our very best to make sure that this continues. I thank you so very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Tourism and Diaspora Relations.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Belize, and good morning, the good people of Pigstock. It gives me great pleasure to give an update on what has been going on in the tourism industry over the last 6 months. With your permission, I will refer to my notes. After the first 6 months of 2021, Belize's tourism industry is already experiencing a higher than expected rebound. These positive results in growth and recovery, despite the COVID-19 pandemic, give our tourism industry and our entire country and the people of Belize much hope and a lot to be proud of. So far in 2021, we have welcomed an increasing number of overnight visitors to Belize. We jumped from a mere 7,000 tourists in January to approximately 26,000 tourists in June. In fact, the month of June has been our highest month for international arrivals at the PGIA, taking us close to 75% of the 2019 figures. About 90% of arrivals were from our source market, the US. Why is this all significant? Because in the last 2 months, we have been outperforming local and regional projections. Madam Speaker, our private sector partners confirm that bookings are pointing to a very strong summer, and the international travel trade, some of whom I met with in Miami last week, are upbeat and optimistic about the surge in demand for the travel to Belize. In fact, our airline partners are saying that they underestimated the demand for capacity to Belize, and some of them are making some adjustments. The revenge travel, as it is being called, is in full effect for our jewel. As we look forward to the second half of 2021, overnight arrival projections continue to look promising, and we can now confirm that by November of 2021, Belize will surpass its pre-COVID airline capacity. With our old and new partners, airlift to Belize is expected to reach 110% of pre-COVID numbers. Madam Speaker, this shows that under the leadership of this John Briceño administration, we have not only successfully re-engaged our traditional airline carriers, but we have been able to rebuild and expand Belize's brand equity. In fact, I'm glad to report that Southwest and WestJet are expected to return in the winter with additional non-stop flights from Houston, Denver, Calgary, and Toronto. These routes are important not only to tourists, but to our Belizean diaspora as well. And we cannot forget the positive impact that our Belizean travelers at home and abroad continue to have on our tourism industry. The Air Alaska partnership, which we recently announced, is an exciting one, with direct flights starting in November from Seattle and Los Angeles. I had the opportunity to meet with the Vice President of Alaska Airlines last week, while he was visiting Belize, and he was amazed at the product what he saw. He was amazed about the natural resources that we have, but he was more impressed by the warmth of the Belizean people, and he's motivated to ensure that the routes to Belize are successful. And I assured him that we would do our part in making the routes to Belize very, very successful. While the majority of our tourists arrive via the Philip Goulston International Airport, all ports of entry are critical for tourism. Our land borders have been open for just over a month, and we continue to see the numbers increasing steadily. Next week, we open our Belize City Seaport to cruise passengers as we welcome our very first cruise ship in over 15 months. And in August, we will open the Harvest Key Port for the resumption of calls to the south. Madam Speaker, as you may appreciate, the resumption of cruise in Belize is no small feat. This administration has been diligent in implementing a set of protocols that are based on the highest international standards, and we have been able to demonstrate to the cruise lines that we are a serious destination and a trustworthy partner. Let me go over some of the protocols. First of all, let me be clear. Carnival will only be operating at 65% capacity, and we will only see one ship on the horizon on Wednesdays. So we don't expect to see the hustle and bustle in Belize City that we used to, at least not yet. The ship will arrive with about 95% of their passengers fully vaccinated. The small 5% of passengers who are not vaccinated will have to follow even more stringent measures and will be operating in a bubble. Those unvaccinated travelers will be children or those who are unable to receive the vaccine for medical or other reasons. The small group of unvaccinated passengers will have limited access, including restricted tours, and will not be allowed in certain areas of the ship. They will also have to adhere to different testing protocols. They will need to present a negative PCR test within 72 hours of embarkation and an additional negative rapid test on the day of embarkation. Madam Speaker, the cruise lines and our local tourism workforce cannot afford to see the industry shut down again. With these high levels of health and safety protocols in place, we feel we can strike a delicate balance between our health and our economy. Belize is on a much-needed fast-track recovery in its tourism sector, which means that our economy is recovering from the 13 years of UDP abuse and mismanagement and from the COVID pandemic. The hard work of every single person involved in tourism and the collaboration of every single government ministry and agency is starting to show the results we envisioned when we first came to this House earlier this year in January. Madam Speaker, at this time, I want to acknowledge every single person who works on the front line, especially our healthcare workers and our police force, for their vigilance. This government has been serious about economic recovery, and we will continue to work day and night until we reach our goals. And Madam Speaker, we will not take our foot off the gas pedal. We are about to launch a new innovative and creative marketing campaign called Grab Life. This campaign will focus on our world-recognized outdoor spaces and thrilling adventures, tapping into the pent-up demand of the travel and leisure markets. Additionally, to support the increasing demand for future travelers, the BTB has also revamped its website, travelbelize.org, with a fresh, intuitive design. The new website entices visitors from all over the globe and has been completely redesigned to make exploring, planning, and booking a vacation to Belize easier than before. State-of-the-art AI AI-driven chatbots, immersive video and imagery, and a modified flight map will help travelers plan their stay from anywhere in the world. Moving forward, we are launching a new grants unit within the Belize Tourism Board. And I know a lot of people are anxious about this program, but we're working with the IDB and we're trying to get it into the hands of the stakeholders as quickly as possible. They are just about ready to receive applications for the Business Recovery and Enhancement Matching Grants Program for micro and small enterprises. We're also starting the process of updating and modernizing the National Sustainable Tourism Master Plan for long-term sustainable development of the tourism industry. Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank the Minister of Infrastructure Development and Housing and his team for all his support with the paving of the Hopkins Road, a public and private sector initiative that is close to completion, and also for the assistance with all the upgrades of feeder roads that lead to key tourism attractions. As a result of these strategic and innovative efforts, Madam Speaker, tourism jobs are being restored in all sectors of the industry, and we continue to take those bold and necessary steps that need to be taken in order to open the economy safely and responsibly. By the way, I did provide the honorable member from Albert the tourism recovery plan, and it would be good if you could give us your thoughts. I know you have a lot of experience in tourism, and so if you have anything to add to it, you're welcome. I will go even further, Madam Speaker, and in fact, I want to invite, I'm not sure who the leader of the opposition or so I want to also invite you all to the Belize Tourism Board, in short, so that we can present the new marketing campaigns and what we're doing for your information. Like I said, member from Albert, I know you have a lot of experience, so you may be able to give us some insight to that. So yes, Madam Speaker, we're well on our way. Last month, the CDC elevated Belize to level 1, which puts us among the countries with the lowest risk for travel during the COVID-19 pandemic. But wait, but guess what? We're back to level 2, moderate risk. This is the area that we must focus on. We cannot let our guards down. We must keep our COVID numbers under control. We must make it safe to reopen and relax our measures. The most effective way to do this is to ensure that our people get vaccinated. More than 74% of American travelers have already received the COVID vaccine, and of those vaccinated, 87% are comfortable with the idea of traveling internationally. But in Belize, we are not yet where we need to be. Most of our tourists are vaccinated, but our Belizeans must get vaccinated too. Thanks to our tourism workforce, about 80% of the vaccinations that were allocated to the tourism industry have been utilized to date. And I know that our tourism frontline workers recognize the importance of health and safety. We continue to encourage each and every tourism worker and all Belizeans to get vaccinated for their own sake and for their loved ones. As long as we in Belize can control the spread of this virus and there are no further surges in our key source markets, we can expect to continue on the road towards full pre-pandemic recovery. So I want to leave the Belizean people with this. If we want the economy to continue to grow, we have to be responsible. If we want that free education, if we want new hospitals, if we want new schools, if we want improved housing, and if we want a better life in this country, we need to do the right thing, get vaccinated, and so that we can open back this economy and have a better life for all Belizeans. So I want to leave today by saying one small message. Before you relax, get vaxxed. I thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Madam Speaker, colleagues, Belize, residents of Kayonert, good morning. Madam Speaker, today I rise to make a statement in relation to the state of the COVID-19 pandemic. As of yesterday, July 1st, 2021, we have 290 active cases in our country. Yesterday, we recorded 49 new positive cases. We have 7 active hospitalizations and 1 ICU admission. To date, we have recorded a total of 329 deaths related to this pandemic. The Ministry of Health and Wellness is greatly concerned by the rapid increase in positive cases we have been recording since the 21st of June 2021. We continue to witness a wanton disregard for the public health measures that have been implemented. We see videos of massive wakes and funerals taking place. Bars which hide under the disguise of selling food turning into nightclubs. Overcrowded public transportation and places of worship filled to capacity without adherence to the public health measures. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, based on analysis done by the Central Medical Lab commencing on Friday last week, we're able to say that a variant of the COVID-19 virus has now been detected in Belize. 2 sets of samples were run. 20 out of a set of 35 detected a variant of concern, and 22 out of a set of 47 detected a variant of concern. We do not know exactly which variant it is. Our samples have been sent to Baylor College for gene sequencing to assist us in identifying the variant, and we expect to have those results shortly. As a consequence of the rising numbers and in an effort to contain the current spread, the following measures shall come into effect at 12 a.m. on Sunday the 4th of July and shall remain in effect until the 31st of July 2021. 1. Curfew will be from Sunday to Wednesday from 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. Thursday to Saturday, it will be from 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. Churches will only be allowed to operate at 50% capacity of the building, and the service will be limited to 1 hour. All public health measures must be adhered to. Restaurants will be allowed to operate at 50% of indoor capacity, and all employees and staff of the restaurants must be fully vaccinated. BPOs will only be allowed to operate at a 50% capacity per shift, and employees must be fully vaccinated. Justices of the peace will be deployed to all major restaurants and businesses to ensure that patrons are adhering to the public health measures. Frontline workers, including healthcare workers, police, BDF, Coast Guard, teachers, tourism workers, customs, immigration, essential services, which include BTL, BEL, and WASA, and public transport, persons involved in public transportation, which include buses and taxis and boats, ferries, must be vaccinated during the month of July. If not, they will be required to present to their employer a negative COVID test every week, commencing on the 1st of August 2021. Madam Speaker, in relation to our hospitals, at the KHMH, we have available up to 33 COVID beds and 24 ventilators. In San Pedro, we have 3 COVID beds. At the Corozal Community Hospital, we have 20. At the Northern Regional in Orange Walk, we have 14. At the Western Regional Hospital, we have 28 beds and 6 ventilators. At the Southern Regional, we have 5. At the San Ignacio Community Hospital, we have 8. And at the Punta Gorda Community Hospital, we also have 8. In addition, we have 6 ventilators that are on standby and ready to be deployed. This, Madam Speaker, is in addition to other equipment and supplies that this government has deployed to the KHMH and to our other public hospitals, which include defibrillators, EKG machines, infusion pumps, patient monitors, IV stands, and patient trolleys, to name a few. Madam Speaker, much has been learned by our healthcare workers over the past 6 months on how to deal with this COVID pandemic. However, we can never be 100% ready. My gratitude goes out to all of our healthcare workers who have sacrificed so much to keep us safe. Madam Speaker, in relation to vaccinations, on the 30th of June 2021, the Ministry of Health and Wellness launched its vaccination campaign under the theme, "Before you relax, get vax." I want to publicly thank our communications department at the Ministry of Health and Wellness, who have worked tirelessly to make this campaign a reality. I also want to thank all of our partners, including BTL, BTB, PAHO, UNICEF, European Union, Rotary, and the Red Cross, and in addition to all of those diplomatic missions who have, in some way or the other, assisted us to fight, to confront this COVID battle. Madam Speaker, as of Wednesday, the 30th of June 2021, all persons 18 years and above are eligible to be vaccinated. All of our public health facilities are now open to vaccinate our citizens. As well, all those persons who received a first dose at least 6 weeks ago can also proceed to get their second dose. When we first started our vaccination campaign, we were forced to follow a phased approach because of the availability of vaccines. We had to reserve what we had for our frontline workers and most vulnerable members of our population, and ensure that we had second doses for those who became eligible. You will recall, Madam Speaker, that we received our first 1,000 doses from Barbados on March 2nd, followed by 25,000 doses from India and 33,600 through the COVAX facility. We also received 10,000 Sinopharm vaccinations through the courtesy of the United Arab Emirates. Madam Speaker, a couple weeks ago, we received 100,000 doses of AstraZeneca vaccine through the kind courtesy of the people and government of Mexico. We have in the pipeline awaiting delivery 138,000 doses through the COVAX facility and 112,634 doses of Johnson & Johnson through the Africa Medical Supplies Platform, which we anticipate will be in the country in August of this year. As of July 21st, 2021, a total of 3,361 doses were issued, bringing our total number of vaccinated persons to 118,989, of which 87,522 have received a first dose and 31,467 have been fully vaccinated. I continue to encourage everyone to come out and get vaccinated. July is the month for everyone to get vaccinated. It is now your turn. Vaccinations remain key to saving lives and to reopening our economy. Madam Speaker, due to the rapid increase of positive cases in the South, as of today, movement from the villages of Midway, Conejo, and Barranco will be restricted for a period of 2 weeks. The Ministry of Health and Wellness will be supplying food starting today to each household in these villages, and they will be replenished every 4 days over the next 2 weeks. In addition, each household will be receiving $150 per week over the next 2 weeks. This, ladies and gentlemen, is how a lockdown should be done. As a matter of public health, we are forced to take these measures, but we are also making sure that our people in those villages will have food and a stipend to sustain them over the next 2 weeks. The Ministry of Health and Wellness team of vaccinators and contact tracers will be in these villages as of today and throughout the weekend. We must and we shall take the necessary measures to curtail the spread of this virus. Madam Speaker, in closing, may I continue to encourage the public to adhere to the public health measures that have been implemented. Wear your mask, wash your hands, keep your distance. And finally, may I repeat, vaccinations are now available for everyone 18 years and older. There are no barriers to getting vaccinated. The only way we can get back to the semblance of a normal life is by getting vaccinated. And again, Madam Speaker, to repeat our slogan, before you relax, get vaxxed. Thank you very much.
I recognize the Minister of the Blue Economy and Civil Aviation.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. With your permission, kind permission, allow me to remove my mask. And I want to say hello to all my colleagues here in the House and across. If you would be so kind for me to indulge and refer to my notes, and I try to be as brief as possible. However, what is happening in the blue economy and civil aviation, very exciting. And I can go on and on and on, but I will try to make it as short as possible, brief and concise. But first of all, Madam Speaker, please allow on following up on what our Honorable Member from Belize Rural Central, Honorable Dolores Balderramos Garcia, in bigging up all the women doing their part contributing to the economy. I also would like to add that here in the blue economy and from the Fisheries Department, I would like to take the opportunity to also salute Ms. Maria Allen of Kikaker, who has been named the winner of the Fisherfolk Award. She has been, I know her personally, she's my constituent. She's a hard-working lady with a family, and I met her several times in the pier when it's time for lobster season, fishing all around. She's a real impressive woman. So, Honorable Dolores, please add that to the list. Also, Miss from Dangriga, I'd like to acknowledge as well another warrior, a great fisher folk as well, Miss Victoria Tun of Dangriga, who has also been fishing for 25 years. I'd like to recognize her as well. And also Mr. Nestor Lopez from Corozal, who has also been awarded the Fisher Folk of the Year as well from Corozal Tong. Madam Speaker, I'm here to tell the story of the historic unleashing of the blue economy. Rightfully so, we're speaking about a vision and a determination that would see a new, bold, and innovative approach to economic undertakings and growth for our country. See, it had to take a visionary and brilliant government to recognize the potential of a blue economy that will see the investment of our blue capital in a manner that is sustainable but also profitable for all Belizeans. It is the unique opportunity for diversification at a time when sustainable fishes need it the most. It is the opening of this Pandora's box of possibilities for our fisher folks, coastal communities, our young people, women and men, looking for new ways of generating income, capitalizing on the innovative and endless possibilities that our aquatic resources and space can provide. Madam Speaker, the fishing industry continues to provide direct employment opportunities to approximately 3,188 licensed fishers and contributing to export earnings estimated at $34.5 million in 2021. Primary export commodities being spiny lobster and queen conch. During the COVID-19 pandemic, I can tell you that the fisheries sector was one of the sectors that maintained the performance in the terms of exports and supporting economic opportunities for coastal fishing communities. In February 2021, the ministry took measures to harmonize the spiny lobster close season with those of Central American organizations for fisheries and aquaculture. Now, these regulations are now aligned with those of our neighbor country to promote the responsible harvesting of lobster resources and curbing illegal fishing. Now, the fishing season is now from July 1st, which just started yesterday, and it goes all the way to February 28th of next year. So right now, it's lobster galore right now. Furthermore, in March of this year, our ministry, in partnership with the industry and NGO partners, launched the Spiny Lobster Fishery Improvement Project, which is expected to generate environmental, economic, and social benefits by engaging national and international stakeholders in an expanded approach to fishery improvements that results in measurable changes by 2024 for sustainability, value adding, access to more lucrative markets, and greater economic returns. As our lobster season just opened, as I said earlier, we could appreciate the excitement of the fishers and the general public, as not only does this indicate the freedom to enjoy such an exotic delicacy, but also the generation of more income as we see the escalation of prices that can be fetched this year. If we're talking about the seal of the blue economy, the price of lobster is going to soar. So much so, especially for our Belizean lobsters. The lobster can actually fetch the prices at the market where you can say, take it or leave it, because the demand will always be there for, not including our consumption for the local market, but indeed abroad, the Caribbean spiny lobster from Belize, from our reefs, fetch high prices. Madam Speaker, we all know that COVID-19 pandemic gave rise to numerous challenges. And in further supporting fishers during the COVID pandemic, the department in March 2021 opened the sea cucumber fishery to provide additional economic opportunities to our local fishermen. Recently, our ministry, along with other key partners, launched an event to recognizing partnership for shark conservation and management in Belize. Very, very important. This event highlighted the science-based approach by the Belize Fisheries Department in the conservation and sustainable use of a resource and iconic species, our great sharks, that is overfished in most parts of the world. The important role of fishers collecting data for fisheries saw proud shark fishermen doing a different type of fishing, working alongside distinguished researchers to inform measures to ensure the survival of sharks for which their livelihoods depend on. This work has contributed in the establishment of a 2-mile buffer area around the 3 atolls in Belize, which prohibits any form of shark fishing and restricting gear types. Through the donation from partners, the Fisheries Department now boasts that it's also equipped with DNA test kit, which enables the department to collect more scientific information on shark species and improve fisheries enforcement and compliance related to the shark fisheries. Madam Speaker, under our new Ministry of the Blue Economy and Civil Aviation, we are seeking to bring more economic opportunities by exploring other fisheries resources within the blue space and tapping into niche markets with value-added commodities. This will primarily focus in promoting the utilization of deep slope and deep sea fishery resources. The Fisheries Department is in the process of developing an adaptive multi-species finfish management. It's a plan for the sustainable use of finfish resources. Madam Speaker, we fully recognize that the pandemic has made it even more critical that we properly develop alternatives for our fishing and coastal communities. The Belize Fisheries Department will continue its work with key partners in the development of an economically viable and ecologically friendly mariculture industry. With the support from the Nature Conservancy, a draft mariculture policy has been developed, which will guide the sustainable development of this sector while contributing to alternative livelihood opportunities for coastal communities. Also, in promoting good governance in fisheries and engaging our partners, the first inaugural meeting of the Fisheries Council will be convened next week. Madam Speaker, I'm also proud to share that Belize continues to trailblaze in the approval of one of the region's first readiness and adaptation plan proposal in the coastal and fisheries sector, titled Enhancing Adaptation Planning and Increasing Climate Resilience in the Coastal Zone and Fisheries Sector in Belize. This project seeks to increase the resilience of the coastal zone and fisheries sector through improved climate data and informing gathering assessments of impacts of climate change on select communities, mainstreaming of climate change consideration into the relevant plans and policies, and strengthening of the coastal and fisheries communities and organization communications for appropriate climate response. It's important that I highlight that this project is valued at $600,000 US, and it will be executed through the Food and Agriculture Organization. And this 18-month project will set the framework for a significant investment by the Green Climate Fund in our fisheries and coastal sector. Madam Speaker, I brought my own water bottle because I want to acknowledge the honorable member from Cayo South, Honorable Julius Espat, asking us to join everybody and less plastic bottles, and everybody bring their own water bottles and their own water. So, Honorable Julius Espat, I acknowledge you for that brilliant idea. We must lead by example. I have mine here, so just to mention that. Thank you, Honorable. As a new, and Madam Speaker, to continue, as a new and innovative economy ministry with the responsibility to ensure, to manage our national blue capital, we recognize the importance of coastal zone management and marine biodiversity protection and conservation. Ours is not a haphazard approach, but one that is based on empirical evidence, research, and planning. And for this reason, our coastal zone management and institute plays an integral role in the development and implemental of our 5-year multi-sectoral national blue economy strategic plan. So, Madam Speaker, this will advance ocean-based solutions to climate change while also informing a model for a productive, resilient, and vibrant blue economy for Belize. And through the efforts of the CZMAI, we are seeing that the updating of the Belize national marine habitat using satellite data and remote sensing science, which will result in a proper assessment of the current status of the spatial coverage of natural assets in the coastal zone. This is important, Madam Speaker. I need to highlight this. This is what we're doing in the Coastal Zone Management Authority Institute. And this is will support new opportunities in the blue space, such as blue carbon. And by the end of September 2021, the final updated marine habitat map will be completed in time to be an integral part of our national blue economy plan, and for all of us to access. Very, very important here. It's really information that we must equip ourselves if we are to move forward when it relates to fisheries and our blue aquatic spaces. Also, Madam Speaker, in the pipeline is a new collaboration between the CZMAI and the UK National Oceanography Centre for a project entitled Determining Seagrass Value to the Belizean Blue Economy. And this will entail a detailed scoping assessment of the blue carbon potential of seagrass ecosystem in key sites nationally. Madam Speaker, I also want to share that the CZAMI is in collaboration with the Fisheries Department, is leading the implementation of Resilience Reef Initiative in Belize. Very, very important. The RRI is a global program created to support 5 of the world's most valued UNESCO World Heritage Reef sites, including our Belize Barrier Reef Reserve System. Also, at the end of March 2021, Madam Speaker, a Global Sustainable Tourism Council assessment for Gavski was completed. Good old Gavski of Belize City was completed with funding support from Coral Reef Alliance and in collaboration with the Ministry of Tourism and Diaspora Relations. This assessment will inform the draft management plan for Gavski to be developed in 2022 under the Climate Vulnerability Reduction Program. And so, Madam Speaker, this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot to be done. And our team at the ministry has sparked tremendous confidence and excitement in our development partners and funders. And also trust, accountability, transparency. That is what our partners and funders are seeing in this new ministry and this new government. We are aiming to have in place our multi-sectoral national blue economy plan by the end of the year with an attractive and credible blue finance framework in place to support its implementation. This will allow us to develop the much-needed blue economic development pathway for our blue resources and create the much-needed investor confidence for the responsible development of our blue capital. And so, Madam Speaker, it is also a commitment that I make, along with my ministry, to create the working environment and strengthen institutions for our workers, like our fisheries personnel and our untold heroes in our marine reserves, Mr. Martinez, Mr. Chicas, Mr. Fergie, and Mr. Reyes, among many others, who with their unwavering commitment to public service and sometimes work under the most deplorable conditions, which I have personally visited, Madam Speaker, down south in Hunting Key, Grover's Reef, these places, the deplorable conditions that they are working despite, but as Belizeans and resiliency that they display, we must show them respect, dignity, and that is what we commit in our ministry, to give them that they deserve. So our blue economy sector needs strong and effective institutions, and we have started the work to right this wrong. There is so much more to be done, and so much to share about this exciting and innovative Ministry of Blue Economy. We can speak for many hours about the immense potential that it brings to drive the economic recovery of our country and the opportunity to catapult us into a new era of diversification, sustainability, and vast opportunities for all Belizeans. So, Madam Speaker, I am passionate and excited about this ministry. This excitement and passion are multiplied by our team at the ministry, who are committed to realizing the vision of building our GDP and contributing to the recovery and economic growth of this amazing country we all love so much. I thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Personal explanation.
Before I recognize the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, members, if you allow me to say a few words on the matter of personal explanation. When the request came to me by the member for Mesopotamia, it's the first time in the annals of Parliament that Standing Order 22 has been engaged. So I thought it fitting that I should at least say a few words to all members about Standing Order 22. Like statements by ministers, when a member engages a personal explanation and is approved by the Speaker to do so, all other members must remain quiet. Because our standing orders, as we are all very much familiar with by now, is limited and does require revision, I took the opportunity to consult not only the clerk's office, but to ensure that we review the Erskine's May Parliamentary Practice, edition 23. The reason being, if you will, that is the Bible when one is stuck when it comes to the Westminster parliamentary procedures. Having done that, I then wrote to the member to inform him of the procedures. which I now go through now with you. On the matter of personal explanation, also referred to as statement, the member who wishes to propose puts forth the statement or explanation, and the speaker determines that the content is appropriate. Why is this important? Because the Speaker of the House presiding over, as the referee, should do his or her best to ensure that there is no controversial matter, no irregular debate. That can only be done when there is a conversation or a dialogue between the Speaker and the member on his or her personal explanation or statement, ensuring that what is presented and what has been approved by the Speaker to the word is what is read. I also take the opportunity to state that it is only in using standing orders will we appreciate the weaknesses or the merits of the standing orders. It would only inure to the benefit of all parliamentarians and to the benefit of the democratic process of any parliamentary institution that we practice and use the standing orders, we learn from them, and we improve them as we go along. With that said, when a personal explanation or statement by a member is made, it is because it has received grant, or if you will, leave by the Speaker, not only to present the explanation, but the content of the explanation. And they are to be brief. With that said, I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for granting me leave. Good morning to you. Good morning to the wonderful people of Mesopotamia, and good morning to all of my colleagues on both sides. Madam Speaker, I stand here before you today as Leader of the Opposition, not because of political ambition. I stand here before you because I am serious about the reform agenda. I am serious about accountability, and I am serious about restoring public trust and confidence, Madam Speaker. I am serious about being a safeguard of our democracy. I am serious about ensuring the best public policies for the people of Belize. As Leader of the Opposition, I will hold not only the government accountable for its policies, but I will hold myself and the opposition members accountable. This is a turning point in the history of governance in our country, Madam Speaker. I have the fortitude and the political will to be the engine that helps to drive change for the better in Belize. Change is never easy, but change is necessary. Madam Speaker, reform is uncomfortable. Reform makes some unsettled. However, to empower and uplift our people, reform we must. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Introduction of bills.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to, first of all, thank the Honourable Member from Belize Rural Central for a presentation on what we've been doing with women. And I know we have so many of them, but I need to point out that for the first time, Belize has the first woman that has been appointed as Comptroller of Customs. I mean, we have to fight our way to the Supreme Court to ensure that that can happen. Because as I always point out to them, no, men don't give this up so easily, but we also have the responsibility to help women to ensure that they could also meaningfully participate in the development of this country. So I take the opportunity to congratulate Ms. Leslie as the first woman Comptroller of Customs here in Belize. Now, Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Companies Act, Chapter 250 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to remove the fee for certifying documents as in compliance with the Act, to allow for certain fees to be prescribed by order published in the Gazette, and to provide for matters connected therein or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, by way of an introduction to this amendment to the Companies Act, please allow me just to quickly mention a few points as to what is it that we are trying to do. Basically, the amendment to the Companies Act, it seeks to allow certain fees that are being imposed, to be imposed by order and published by the Gazette. In short, Madam Speaker, as a nation, we are ranked 166 out of 190 countries in the World Bank's Ease of Doing Business Index for starting a business. I mean, we're really in bad shape, at 166. But we need to fix it. And that's exactly what we are attempting to do here today. Again, for example, according to the World Bank, the average cost of starting a business is estimated around 34% of per capita income. Now, the cost in Belize of forming a company to start your business could be as much as $584. And that $584 is, okay, it's bad enough that it's high, but it's not only that you're just going to pay $584, but it comprises of 4 different fees. So you have to make 4 different payments to be able to register your company. Making it easier to do business in Belize, Madam Speaker, and making it easier, it means that we have to make things simpler, cheaper, and more efficient. So this bill proposes to reduce the cost of forming a company by almost 50%, and instead of making 4 different fees, we're proposing to have 1 fee of $300 to make it easier and cheaper, especially for the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, or what we refer to as the MSMEs, to start a business in Belize. Madam Speaker, this bill has the approval of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an Act to amend the Companies Act, Chapter 250 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to remove the fees for certifying documents as in compliance with the Act, to allow for certain fees to be prescribed by order published in the Gazette, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 64 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to exempt certain documents of a company from the payment of stamp duties and to provide for matters connected therein or incidental thereto. Again, Madam Speaker, just as way of explanation, this amendment continues in the same vein as the amendments we're proposing under the Companies Act, or the bill that we just presented. As I said, we want to make it easier and cheaper to start a business in Belize by eliminating the stamp duty on documents necessary to form a company. Even the documents that you have to take, you have to pay stamp duties, and it's something that's, for the past, it's archaic and cumbersome. So, again, this bill continues the part of this government to stimulate investment, especially for the MSMEs, by streamlining the process and making it easier, simpler, and cheaper to do business in Belize. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
A bill for an act to amend the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 64 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to exempt certain documents of a company from the payment of stamp duties and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to provide the regulations of the transfer of money through electronic means and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill is pretty straightforward. In Plan Belize, one of the big commitments that we did is that we said that we want to ensure that Belize catches up with the rest of the world when it comes to the digital technology. And we also said that we want to, within 5 years, to digitize at 95% of government services. The commitment is of such importance to us that we even set up for the first time a ministry called, referred to as the Ministry of E-Governance, which is headed by no other than the capable minister from Orange Walk East. The electronic transaction bill goes in line with Plan Belize, and it seeks to facilitate transactions electronically by recognizing and validating the legality of electronic documents in an effort to promote electronic commerce and lessen the administrative burdens associated with doing business without compromising the legal integrity of the process. In many instances, as it is right now, some of these transactions are still not legally recognized because it is done electronically. The aim here is to address the legal aspects of electronic contracts, the use of electronic signatures, and issues relating to authentication and non-repudiation of these contracts. In effect, we're saying that with the click of a button, you are signing a legal document or a legal contract between companies or between persons. It will also facilitate the application of electronic technologies to judicial processes by setting the rules of non-discrimination, technological neutrality, and functional equivalence. What we are doing is an upgrade, making improvements by taking advantage of the recent developments in technology, law, and doing business electronically. We're also addressing the new issues created by COVID-19. If you can remember, with COVID-19, many people did not work. It was very difficult to meet one another or to be in front of one another because of COVID. And I can remember the issue with the courts, that lawyers had to file in all of these papers, and so they had to send it. Well, it was agreed to be sent, some of it electronically, or then to be dropped off at a box and later on and try to pick it up. Well, we're hoping that by doing this, we can speed up the process to improve, to remove these exceptions where they exist for the transactions, such as deeds. For instance, a deed, you have to do it in person. We'll be able to do it electronically. In negotiable instruments, trust, and statutory declarations. All of them have to be done in person, and now with the electronic transactions bill, all of this now can be done electronically. From a practical standpoint, this is one of those bills being actually clamored by the banking sector, as it gives legal recognition to digital signatures, which in turn supports the pending introduction of the e-wallets or digital wallets by the various domestic banks, and even some entrepreneurs who already have the programs ready to be able to produce and to offer these services to Belizeans. For the government, it is one of several or a slew of bills that will enable our administration e-governance agenda, as I said earlier, which I'm pleased to point out that it is in line with our Plan Belize manifesto. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honourable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to provide the regulations of the transfer of money through electronic means and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to give legal effect to all electronic documents, records, and signatures to repeal the Electronic Transaction Act, Chapter 229/03 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Again, Madam Speaker, this bill provides for the regulation of the transfer of money through electronic means by use of bank cards, credit cards, smart cards, online banking transfers, and mobile commerce, which is important, the use of your phone to make these transactions, for the purpose of instructing or authorizing a financial institution to debit or credit a cardholder's account when anything of value is purchased. The bill creates a number of offenses related to theft, forgery, and other dishonest use of a credit card, debit card, bank card, smart card, or the number and data associated with such card or a bank account. It is intended to build user confidence in electronic commerce and electronic transfers. The bill was drafted to be technologically neutral so that the same offenses, whether committed at a shop in Belize, at an electronic terminal, or used to purchase goods or services online, apply in a similar manner. With discrete offenses now being created, law enforcement will be much more efficient, as various criminal activities in electronic funds transfers will have their own particular offenses and ways of being dealt with. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honourable members, that bill is referred to the Public Service, Labour, Industry and Trade Committee for examination, consideration and report.
Bill for an act to give legal effect to all electronic documents, records, and signatures, to repeal the Electronic Transaction Act, Chapter 229/03 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Tax Administration and Procedure Act, Act Number 8 of 2019, to authorize the Director General to publish the names of tax defaulters in the Gazette and any local newspaper, to amend the general provisions of Part 10 criminal proceedings pertaining to the prosecution of tax offenses, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this is a very important amendment. And as I said earlier, the Belize Tax Service Department was created about 2 years ago to consolidate the administration of the collection of business tax, GST, and PAYE income tax. This was done with expectation not only for purposes of consolidation, but also the view to enhance tax compliance and tax collections. Unfortunately, non-compliance with tax laws remain rampant. It is estimated that an average anywhere between 20 and 25% of registered taxpayers countrywide fail to file tax returns every year. More significantly, tax arrears continue to accumulate. As of the end of May, just 2 months ago, the cumulative business tax, actually 1 month ago, the cumulative business tax, GST, and pay on the PAYE income tax outstanding is approximately $645 million, including the penalties and interest. Let me repeat, $645 million. And as time goes by, as with the past, millions of these tax arrears become exposed to being statute barred. To say it plain, it means that government will not be able to collect these taxes. And this is what I'm going to get Belizeans very, very upset. Of this $645 million owed, Madam Speaker, 80%, or over $500 million, over $500 million of these tax arrears, in effect, it's $530 million, is already more than 5 years old. Pretty much you could say most of this $530 million will not be able to be collected because it will become statute barred. So what we're doing in our ministry, and something that we have promised in Plan Belize, and we've been saying it many times, we said it publicly, and also in our conversations with our partners, the unions, we have said that we are going to establish a tax recovery unit within the Belize Tax Services Department. This unit will aggressively go after these tax cheaters or tax defaulters. Tax collections by this unit will not be limited to just to the business tax, GST, and the PAYE income tax, but will also include the collection of land tax arrears as well. So we're consolidating all of the collection of these taxes. Instead, we have different bodies going all over the place. We want to be more effective and more efficient, and this will require now that the Ministry of Natural Resources is going to play an integral part in the tax recovery units. As the Minister have said, the Honourable Member from Lake Independence, that there's tens of millions of dollars of land tax arrears, and under the tax recovery unit, we are going to pursue the recovery of these taxes because we recognize that land tax represents a first lien on the relevant tax, and if it is not paid, then such land may be sold for recovery of outstanding taxes. And the Minister just pointed out to me that land tax are not like the other one where the statute barred at 6 years, but it is 12 years. So we have more time in going after these owners of land that have not been paying their taxes. And from our end, it is easy to settle when it comes to land tax, because if you don't want to pay the tax, give with the land so that we can pass this land in the hands of the Belizean people, Madam Speaker. So we're calling out on these huge landowners, and many of them don't even live in Belize. Probably don't even know this land in Belize. And we're going to tell them, pay your taxes, or else we're going to use those, what you owe to get back some of that land for our Belizean people. So the land tax recovery unit, it is expected that it will, as I said, it will assist us in the collection efforts of all tax arrears owed by all tax defaulters. For this administration, for our administration, it is important that the Belize Tax Services Department be adequately enabled to better pursue the tax defaulters, both civilly and criminally. And this bill seeks to do that. We know that these people will get the best lawyers in the country. So we have to make sure that our people are also equipped with the law on their side to be able to collect. what is rightfully owed to the Belizean people. With respect to criminal prosecution of tax offenders, in its current form, Section 97, subsection 2 of the Act requires the Director of Public Prosecutions to obtain the sanction of the Director General before bringing criminal charges and to prosecute charges only in the name of the Director General. Based on legal advice, this provision is considered inconsistent with the Belize Constitution and therefore unlawful and void. Because of the perceived unconstitutionality, no criminal prosecution has been brought under the Tax Administration Procedure Act since its enactment in 2019. This bill therefore seeks to bring the Act in conformity with the Constitution and will allow for the criminal prosecution of tax offenders. With a view to curb corruption and to disincentivize corrupt behavior, the bill also expands all employees and officers of the Belize Tax Services Department to criminal liability for corruption offenses created under the Tax Administration Procedure Act. On the civil side, provision is now expressly made for the publication of notices to and names of tax defaulters, including on the website of the department for 21 days prior to legal proceedings for the recovery of tax debts. Non-compliance with tax laws and the failure to pay to the government what is lawfully due means that the government has less money than it should otherwise have, which means less money for health, less money to fight COVID, less money for education, less money to fight poverty, less money for social protection and other public expenditures. And as I said, including helping our poor people, because as we have now found out that under the past UDP administration, poverty increased by 11% between 2009 and 2018. In less than 10 years, poverty under the UDP increased by 11%. That's after they spent $600 million of the oil money, $500 million on Petrocaribe, borrowed over $1 billion plus, but yet poverty increased. And that was before COVID-19 hit Belize. So you could imagine, in 2018, the poverty rate in Belize was at 52%. 52%. Imagine walking in the street. Of every other person you meet, that person is a poor person. That is a crying shame for a country that has been blessed with so much resources. And I'm promising you, Madam Speaker, and the Belizean people, that we on this side, we are going to work day and night to ensure that that 52% is going to be reduced. And collection of taxes is just one of the things that we are going to do. It's simply not fair to have law-abiding citizens, law-abiding corporate citizens paying their taxes, and then you have a group of unscrupulous business people, unscrupulous companies not paying their taxes. It's unfair competition. And we can't allow that to continue to happen. We are convinced, Madam Speaker, that by doing these amendments and setting up the Belize Tax Recovery Unit, we are going to be on the road to ensure that we collect the money that belongs to the people and that we can have fair competition in the business community in Belize. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
A bill for an act to amend the Tax Administration and Procedure Act number 8 of 2019 to authorize the Director General to publish the names of tax defaulters in the Gazette and any local newspaper, to amend the general provisions for Part 10 criminal proceedings pertaining to the prosecution of tax offenses, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Again, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to introduce a bill for the Act to amend the Governor General Conditions of Services Act, Chapter 7 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide improved benefits to the Office of the Governor General and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, at the last House meeting, I made a point and I addressed the issue of our past Governor General, conditions that he was living in, and then about the new Governor General that has been just appointed. I made a point that that our Governor General is probably the second lowest paid Governor General, and we have to treat our Governor Generals with more respect and with more dignity. And I said then, and this bill is doing what we mentioned at the last House meeting, that we want to increase the salary of the Governor General, and by increasing the Governor, we're also talking about providing health insurance. Imagine the past Governor General, Sir Colville Young, has no health insurance for him and his wife. And his wife now is very ill in bed. And now today, with the support of the government, we are providing assistance to the Governor General in taking care of his wife. It's just a decent thing to do. If he would have had health insurance, that would not have been necessary. So with these amendments, we'll be including the health insurance coverage, and also, as I mentioned, the increase in salary, and also an improvement in the pension of the Governor General. And when it comes to the pension, we're doing it retroactively. We're not going to behave like the previous UDP as what they did to Minita Gordon when they just threw her out on the street. We are doing it retroactively so that then the previous Governor General, Sir Colville Young, who served us well and with distinction, that he will also be covered by the pension. So his pension is going to be increased by when we pass this bill, and I'll be asking all members in the House, also the members of the opposition, to support us in the amendment of this bill. This bill, Madam Speaker, has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Governor General Condition of Service Act, Chapter 7 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition, to provide improved benefits to the Office of the Governor General and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Orders number 49-1, I move that this bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12, subsection 8,
I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour due opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed. All those in favor, kindly say aye. All those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Misuse of Drugs Act, Chapter 103 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to establish licensing, registration, and operational requirements for the cultivation, processing, distribution, and delivery of cannabis products for adult use, to provide for the Minister to make regulations for the monitoring and enforcement of any regulations to the Act, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, by way of an explanation of this bill, this particular piece of legislation represents a controlled, structured, and responsible amendment that untangles the web of contradictory marijuana policies that currently exist. In 2017, both sides of this Honorable House championed the decriminalization of the possession of 10 grams of cannabis and the expunging of criminal records for possession. And while that was a step in the right direction, what it did was to make possession legal, but became irresponsible to both consumers and government coffers. The 2017 policy created somewhat of a legal purgatory, where permission was granted, but legal access denied. In law, judges are taught to refer to such as manifest absurdity, while the streets just call it madness. Madam Speaker, 10 years from now, we will revisit this moment with greater clarity and will applaud our boldness and honesty. We will forget the bigot stain that defined that previous law. We will want to forget the racial inequity and state cowardice that punish so many of our at-risk and poor males in the country. We will want to forget the stereotypes and stigma that justified harassment and jail. Today, Madam Speaker, is a new day, a day when we finally have a win-win, a win for propriety, sobriety, and progressiveness, a win for vulnerable consumers, a win for a country that is tired of seeing our young men killing one another over an illegal trade of this forbidden medicinal plant that has become a source of war and division instead of unity and prosperity. Some have even argued, Madam Speaker, that with the law as it currently exists, the government is an accomplice to the drug trafficking crimes by recognizing the reality of demand but making the supply illegal. We will fix that. After all, Madam Speaker, who would dare to accuse Mother Nature of being a drug dealer? Madam Speaker, today is about leaving a despotic and racist policy behind. It guarantees that the legacy of shame, inconsistencies, and denial is converted to happiness, safety, job creation,
tax generation, a new stream of revenue for the government, and restorative justice in homes and to Belizean families who have been unfairly affected and targeted. This law, Madam Speaker, is not about cannabis. It is also not about the gateways of fare. It is about rejecting colonial chains. It is about recovery and recovering with strength. It is, Madam Speaker, about people. Most of all, it is about getting it right. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the National Security and Immigration Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
A bill for an act to amend the Misuse of Drugs Act, Chapter 103 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to establish licensing, registration, and operational requirements for the cultivation, processing, distribution, and delivery of cannabis products for adults, to provide for the Minister to make regulations for the monitoring and enforcement of any regulation to the Act, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Public Service, Constitutional and Political Reform.
Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Belize Constitution, Chapter 4 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide additional grounds for the disqualification of a person as a member of the National Assembly, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, by way of summary introduction, this bill consists of 5 clauses: amendments to sections 58.1, 59.3a, section 63.1, and 64.3. After widespread consultations, including ongoing talks with the unions, the need for more anti-corruption legislation has been made clear. And what better way than to include stricter disqualification measures for those seeking to represent Belizeans in the National Assembly. There are those, Madam Speaker, who believe that this is all about them. I just hope the City Council is receiving full payment for those glam license plates. But no, Madam Speaker, this is about signaling once again this government's commitment to good governance. I would like to quote from the Leader of the Opposition's remarks just now, when he said that change is never easy, but change is necessary. He said that he wanted to be an agent of reform. Well, Madam Speaker, if he wants to be an agent of reform, and if the opposition is true and real about reform, then they will support this measure being amended or being proposed today. Madam Speaker, in terms of us setting the example here in this honorable house, of making sure that those who present Belizeans are those that are of the highest caliber, those that can represent Belizeans, represent their constituencies, represent the country when they go abroad, we must put in place these types of disqualification measures. It's not anything strange. It has been there before. It's only amendments now to include corruption-related offenses. It's amendments to say that we are going to make sure that if you serve time here in Belize or outside of Belize, that you should not be able to run in this honorable house. Madam Speaker, we are trying to bring in our diaspora, and there is consultations, there are talks about making the diaspora be able to vote. So why not make this amendment now? So that if we bring them in, then we have to make sure that the law is representative of them as well, to make sure that nobody from there, if you serve time in the United States, wherever, that you cannot serve in this house. Madam Speaker, again, This is not about any individual, although I must say, and I have to appeal to the leader of the opposition, that you say you are continuing to learn. Well, continue to learn with humility, my brother, not with hubris, because you have to realize that this is about what is best for Belize. This is what is best for us going forward. Madam Speaker, this bill has the support of Cabinet. Thank you.
Honourable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Belize Constitution, Chapter 4 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide additional grounds for the disqualification of a person as a member of the National Assembly, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Youth, Sports and E-Governance.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to make provisions from electronic evidence to repeal the Electronic Evidence Act, Chapter 95(1) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, as a summary of introduction, I will refer to a short explanation. And understanding the inherent risk to the digital realm and increase of cybercrime threats, it is important that as a government, we provide for more effective prosecution of cybercrime, including financial crimes and crimes against children committed online. In these instances, the best and only evidence will be electronic evidence. Electronic evidence, Madam Speaker, includes emails, server logs, documents on a personal computer, laptop, or smartphone, instant messages, website, locational evidence, and voicemail messages. Such evidence can be stored on computers, phone, servers, routers, digital directories, and server farms, among other places. Madam Speaker, in light of this, it is vital that we modernize our legislations relating to information technology. As such, the Electronic Evidence Bill aims to make provisions for the admissibility of electronic evidence. As such, it offers clarity and ease of use by the court, legal practitioners, and other users. It will also address the issue within the current Electronic Evidence Act, which provides for the need to prove that a computer was operating properly, and other archaic requirements dealing with how to prove the admissibility of records. As we continue our progress in our digital transformation, this government, through my ministry, will ensure that necessary tools and instruments are in place to provide for the protection of our citizens. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honourable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration and report.
Bill for an act to make provisions from electronic evidence to repeal the Electronic Act, Chapter 95(01) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Youth, Sports and E-Governance.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to regulate the collection, keeping, use and dissemination of personal data to protect the privacy of individuals in relation to their personal data and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. As well, Madam Speaker, in short summary, as part of this government's commitment to transforming our citizens' life and spurring the development of a digital economy, it is important that we provide for the protection of our people as they participate in the digital economy, and today, massive amounts of personal data are collected, stored, and processed by various entities. Madam Speaker, therefore, this data protection bill seeks to promote the protection of personal data processed by public and private bodies. It will provide a framework where the data rights of our citizens are protected. The fact that it is modeled from the General Data Protection Regulation, global standard for data protection, further signals our firm stance on data privacy and security at a time when we are more connected through the internet and applications. Madam Speaker, it will support our citizens' right to privacy by providing compliance and accountability measures for organizations processing personal data and provide for legal recourse for unauthorized processing of an individual's data. We want to ensure that our citizens can exercise their right to privacy relating to their personal data being processed. This bill, Madam Speaker, provides guidance and best practice rules for organizations, including government, to the use of personal data, including regulating the processing of personal data, protecting the rights of data subject, enabling the Data Protection Commissioner to enforce rules, providing for a data subject's right to compensation for misuse of personal data. More importantly, Madam Speaker, it will improve transparency from organizations on how an individual's data is being used, as citizens will have a right to be informed of such activities. Along with guaranteeing an individual's privacy rights, we will also be creating an environment for safe data sharing to facilitate online public services. As such, through this bill, we take an essential step in strengthening our citizens' fundamental rights as we undergo our digital revolution. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Public Service, Labor, Industry, and Trade Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to regulate the collection, keeping, use, and dissemination of personal data to protect the privacy of individuals in relation to their personal data and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Youth, Sports, and E-Governance.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to facilitate the sharing of data between public sector agencies and other entities, to provide for an Office for Data Analytics, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, we have all experienced the burden of having to provide the same documentations and information across multiple government entities to access services. For example, to do a birth registration, a necessary document is a proof of birth from the health institution. It is then the responsibility of the individual to ensure the documents is collected in order to go to vital statistics to register the birth of your child. If only as a government we could accelerate sharing information with the clearance of the individual to ease access to services. The Public Service Data Sharing Bill, Madam Speaker, precisely aims to facilitate the sharing of data between public sector agencies by minimizing constraints to data sharing, by establishing formal structure for public sector data sharing. The government aims to eliminate the silo culture in public service and enhance public confidence in our management of their personal data. Madam Speaker, while this bill will provide for expeditious sharing of government sector data between government agencies, it also sets parameters for data sharing to ensure continuous compliance with the requirements of data protection and privacy as set out in the Data Protection Bill. This bill further recognizes the protection of privacy as an integral component to good governance, while supporting our goal of modernizing public services. Facilitating data sharing amongst public sector will support data-driven policy making, program management, and monitoring, and service planning and delivery. Madam Speaker, let me thank the team at the EDC in the Office of the Prime Minister, the Director of E-Governance, the CEO in the Ministry of E-Governance, and all the technical people who work diligently to ensure we are here today achieving this milestone in presenting these key legislations for e-governance. Madam Speaker, this has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honourable members, that bill is referred to the Public Service, Labour, Industry and Trade Committee for examination, consideration and report.
A bill for an act to facilitate the sharing of data between public sector agencies and other entities, to provide for an office of data analytics, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade and Immigration. One second, just keep me on. One second.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for the addition of a new category of visitor permit to allow visitors to work remotely from Belize and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, if you allow me just a brief explanation of what this bill is. We all know that the COVID pandemic has ravaged many of our economies, especially in tourism, and we have had to become creative to find ways how to attract people and attract investment and revenues to our government. And so we have implemented this long stay visitor program, where people of targeted nationalities and targeted nationalities can come to Belize to work remotely from here for their own business or for other businesses abroad during a 6-month term, and they will not have to check in monthly to extend their visas, but they will be accepted for a span of 6 months at a cost of $1,000 for that 6-month period. Those nationalities that are targeted are people from Canada, from the United States, from the United Kingdom, and from the European Union. Other countries have already embarked on this program, similar programs such as Aruba, Bahamas, Curacao, Antigua, the Cayman Islands, and Barbados. And so we join our sister nations in implementing this program so that we increase the recurrent revenue of government, and also it will help it will contribute to the direct consumption of the products by our businesses or rental people that rent rooms, apartments, or hotels. And so it is designed to boost the economy, to help us get out of this recession that has been caused both by the previous UDP administration and the coronavirus pandemic. And Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Thank you.
Honourable members, that bill is referred to the National Security and Immigration Committee for examination, consideration and report.
A bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for the addition of a new category of visitors permit to allow visitors to work remotely from Belize and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Motion relating to the business or sitting of the House.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move that at its rising today, the House adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker.
Well, members, the question is that the House at its rising today adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business, motion.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Again, thank you, Madam Speaker. I move whereas Section 3, Subsection 2 of the Governor General Conditions of Service Act provides that the House of Representatives may, by resolution, amend the schedule of increasing the salary and duty allowance of the Governor General. And whereas the salary of the Governor General currently stands at the rate of $52,848 per annum, and the duty allowance stands at the rate of $2,400 per annum, and whereas the salary and duty allowance of the Governor General has not been increased since the entry into force of the Act on the 5th of July, 1989. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House amends the schedule to increase the salary of the Governor General to $75,000 per annum and the duty allowance to $12,000 per annum. I think they
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to have this motion taken through all its stages this day.
Members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries.
Madam Speaker, I have been notified this morning that this particular resolution on Palestine Motion 2021 was only shared with the members of the House this morning, and in the circumstances, because it requires significant attention, it's an extremely important motion, and we would want to have a very informed, healthy debate as it relates to this motion. I would seek to have this motion deferred today.
Honorable members, the question is that this motion, the Lead House of Representatives resolution on Palestine Motion 2021, be deferred. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been agreed that the following motions and bill pass this day. Resolution to amend the schedule to the Governor General Conditions of Service Act, Chapter 7 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, Motion 2021. Governor General Conditions of Service Amendment Bill 2021. As you are well aware, under Standing Order number 74, all proposed legislation, messages, petitions, motions, and other matters relating to the subject mentioned under the title of each standing committee shall be referred by the House to such committee for examination, consideration, and report to the House. The only logical way for this to be done, other than by suspension of standing orders, is for me to suspend the sitting to enable the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee to examine, consider, and report to the House on the bill. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended until the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee has concluded its business.
Presentation of reports from Select Committee.
I recognize the Chairman of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Madam Speaker, in the spirit of the request of the Deputy Clerk, I will read from my phone to save trees. Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table two reports. Report number HR 31-113 from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the resolution to amend the schedule to the Governor General, Conditions of Service, Act Chapter 8 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 211, Motion 2021. And report number HR 31-113 from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Governor General Condition of Service Amendment Bill 2021. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table.
Public business, government business, motion.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, with your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move, now therefore be it resolved, that this Honorable House amends the schedule to increase the salary of the Governor General to $75,000 per annum and the duty allowance to $12,000 per annum.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House amends the schedule to increase the salary of the Governor General to $75,000 per annum and the duty allowance to $12,000 per annum. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for second reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Governor General Condition of Service Act, Chapter 7 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for health insurance coverage for the Governor General and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I read the amendment bill and I want to bring special attention to Section 2A, which defines the term of office for the Governor General for a single term of 7 years. I have formally requested some clarification on that provision, but I find it interesting, Madam Speaker, while I do support us improving the conditions of service for the Governor General office, I think that office deserves the kind of respect that are consummate with her responsibilities. But I am perplexed, if you will, Madam Speaker, that in the case of the Governor General, who is a constitutional office holder, we can define a term of 7 years, and I can only assume that we wish to have some continuity at the end of a parliamentary term to the other. But in the case of the other constitutional appointed offices or bodies, in which the 10th Amendment bill, and we'll get a time to debate that, but I just want to draw the comparison that where it relates to the Election and Boundaries Commission and where it relates to the Public Service Commission and the Belize Advisory Council, that same kind of institutional memory is not seemingly required. And we want to
amend the Constitution to only allow for a period of the term of the government. And it seems to me rather hypocritical, Madam Speaker, that we would seek to have different terms and conditions for very serious constitutional appointed bodies and offices held by the government administration. If we want to look at a 5-year term, I think it should apply across the board, Madam Speaker. And if we want to consider a 7-year term, it should also be across the board, in my opinion. You see, I have great difficulty, Madam Speaker, to think that persons who are appointed from whichever side of the political fence don't have any integrity of their own. That is the suggestion, that they cannot act in conformity with the responsibilities of their office because of who appointed them. I don't happen to share that view. And so, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to maybe suggest, since we still have time to look at the 10th Amendment Bill, that the term of 7 years be considered. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Freetown.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I simply rise to place on the record my full support for this bill. We will have an opportunity, of course, to debate the 10th Amendment whenever that bill makes its way through the House. So I think that is where the member for Albert will have an opportunity to speak on that matter. Well, I certainly want to applaud and celebrate this bill today. You know, I think from the day our government took office, the Prime Minister has expressed his concern for the terms and conditions under which the Governor General, the past Governor General, has served. So even before he contemplated appointing a new Governor General, he was very concerned about the terms and conditions of service of the past Governor General. And I think we all share, you know, condemnation of the very, very shameful manner in which the past government treated both of our past governors general, Dame Minita Gordon, the late Dame Minita Gordon, and Sir Colville Young, both of whom served our country with great distinction and were treated absolutely shamefully by the past UDP administration. Like so many other things which we can apply this to, they feasted and wasted and abused the public resources of this country without paying any attention to these offices, which our government now has the responsibility to try to fix and to try to put in order. So it's correcting, Madam Speaker, I'm proud to be a part of a government which is correcting a historical wrong done to our past Governor General. And I certainly, as I have said to the Prime Minister, I congratulate him for his, you know, for his decency, for understanding how important an office that is and how much respect we must show to that office. So I fully support this bill.
Madam Speaker, thanks again to everyone for their, to the two persons that got up, the honourable member from Albert and the honourable member from Freetown. But just to address the issue of setting up the 7-year term for the Governor General, I really believe that this Governor General is at a different level than any other appointment in the country. The Governor General is a representative of the head of the Queen, or the ceremonial, he or she, in this case, she is the ceremonial head of this country. And we felt that it is best for this appointment to go into the next term, and then the new government will have enough time to be able to decide who could be another suitable Governor General. The position of the Governor General is one that is above politics. The Minita Gordon, Sir Colville Young, they serve with distinction. Sir Colville Young was an NAP supporter and a UDP supporter. He wrote songs for the UDP, but once he was appointed as Governor General, he left his politics outside and he served with distinction. So I am asking the member from Albert to also to give that opportunity to the next Governor General, so now that in this case that she can serve in distinction right now and then go on into the next term and give the new government a chance to take their time and to find another suitable Governor General. And who knows what is going to happen in the future, because I think it is high time for us to start to look at the type of government that the system that we have. And that is one of the things that we will probably be talking about in the near future, whether we want to stay with the parliamentary system or do we want to go to a Republican system or find a hybrid between a parliamentary system and a Republican system. We need to find what fits Belize best. So I thank everybody for the support that they're giving for this amendment. And Madam Speaker, I close the debate. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Governor General Conditions of Service Act, Chapter 7 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide improved benefits to the office of the Governor General and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favour, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Governor General Conditions of Service Act, Chapter 7 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for health insurance coverage for the Governor General and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the Whole House on Bill.
Honourable members, the House will now resolve into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill that was read a second time. I would like to ask the visitors, any visitors in the galleries, to leave during this portion of the sitting. Not that part.
Bill for third reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Governor General Conditions of Services Amendment Bill 2021 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of a bill for an act to amend the Governor General Conditions of Service Act, Chapter 7 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for health insurance coverage for the Governor General and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Governor General Conditions of Service Act, Chapter 7 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide improved benefit to the office of the Governor General and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favour kindly say aye. All those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Governor General Conditions of Service Act, Chapter 7 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for health insurance coverage for the Governor General and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
Honourable members, the question is that the House do now adjourn. All those in favour, kindly say aye.
Just a matter of national importance that I would like to address.
Deputy, we've already passed. I put the question. No. All right. Go ahead. Just needed to clarify, member. Member for Corazon North.
Madam Speaker, I would just like to raise one particular issue, and it has to do with the increase in the price of inputs for agricultural products, and specifically speaking, and I bring this to you, member from Orange Rock South.
Yeah, I was just going to ask if perhaps it is allowed to take the mask off.
Indeed. Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, it has to do with the prices of inputs for the purposes of agriculture, and it is a worrisome trend that I am following, particularly considering the volatile prices of commodities. And if I may refer to sugar in particular, I noticed that the prices of fertilizer, Madam Speaker, the prices of herbicides, they're picking up. I can't even call it spiking. The exponential increase is such that it's worrisome to the viability, and I don't think it's only for the sugarcane farmers. It's for the overall agriculture sector, the agro-productive sector. I will refer particularly to the prices of fertilizer that we have been following since December. The price per bag, and I want to even mention the company's name, nor the mixtures, but the price per bag, it ranged from $42 to $45 within that price range. And this is, we're speaking on prices that we had back in December of 2020. This is about, what, 7 months ago. Looking forward and tracking down the prices today, we're looking at the prices of these commodities at over $60. We're speaking of a price increase of over 158%. And it is worrisome because when you factor in the inputs and what will be the returns on the farmers, it is a trend that has to be worrisome going forward. While I fully understand that COVID-19, the pandemic, affected the whole sector of how we trade goods, but I don't think that in itself actually justifies that increase. And so, member for Orange South, I think probably we're looking at, and even for the Prime Minister and the member for Orange Central, I think it is important at this juncture to look at ways in which how we could assist the farmers from that end. While the assistance that we got through the government was welcome, I think when we look at the trend, particularly for next year, it is going to be a challenging one for farmers. I don't think that with the price at this current rate increase is going to be sustainable for the farmers. And so this is something that I would really want the government to look upon. I fully understand the distribution and the import and the export challenges that we have, but that in itself doesn't justify the increase that we're seeing. And the trend, remember, is not stopping. When you look at the prices, it's just killing the farmers. And so this is one of the issues that I wanted to bring about. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome. Yes, sir. I recognize the Honourable Member for Orange Walk South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too, Madam Speaker, am very concerned about the increase in the cost of agriculture inputs. But the agriculture inputs do not attract import duty, neither GST. And those that attracted GST because of the classification in the tariff, we are making adjustments at this time. But fertilizers and agro-inputs do not pay GST, or the only thing they pay is the environmental tax. But member for Corozal North, I agree with you. But from what I am being informed is that the cost of freight has increased tremendously over the past few months. As a matter of fact, I was in Shipyard a couple of days ago, and the price of zinc went up from $3.50 to $7.50 a foot. And I asked, but why is this so expensive? Because I bought some the other day. He said the cost of freight, ocean freight, has gone up so much. But I don't doubt that there may be a few businessmen who are using this opportunity to make an extra buck. And if that is the case, member, then our responsibility, my responsibility, is to check the agrochemical stores to ensure that gouging is not taking place, and I will do so. I thank you for your concern. I too am a keen farmer. It is time to fertilize right now, and at those costs, I agree with you. It is unsustainable. So I agree with you. I will look into that matter. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to direct my comments to the member from Belize, West South. As you know, Madam Speaker, in the Albert constituency, we have 3 clusters of fisher folk, smaller communities. We have the fisher folk from the Pong Shelby community. We have the fisher folk from the Yabra community, and we have the fisher folk from Albert Street and Regent Street West at the water side, just a little above Mike's Club. And while I fully recognize that we can't infringe on the rights of Belizean nationals and permanent residents, their right to work in the fishing industry, when the SI 57 of 2021 was enacted back in May, the fisher folk advised that there was no consultation or no advising of them to them that this SI would be brought into force. They also recognize, because we've had this conversation, that Belizeans have the right to work. But the reason permanent residents were excluded previously, because there was a great deal of illegal fishing being done by neighboring countries of Central America, Honduras and Guatemala in particular. And so the appeal, member from Belize Rural South, is for certainly greater surveillance, greater enforcement be done in terms of who is fishing in our Belizean waters. They have described to me that some key species are already endangered. I think the Nassau grouper, for example, was pointed out. And so that's my appeal on their behalf, the minister responsible for the blue economy, that if we can have greater surveillance to ensure that as we issue more fishing licenses to those who may be entitled to them, that there is also greater enforcement to ensure that we can try and stem some of the illegal fishing in our Belizean waters. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Belize Rural South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please allow me to respectfully respond to the member from Albert. I hear your concerns, and indeed, I would like to respond to you in that way, and that, first of all, we as a government, we as a country in Central America, we have a responsibility to provide equal rights to those who are living here legally. And I think the fallacy that you are coming by pitching this presentation that you just made just now is that we're confusing giving license to permanent residents who have Belizean families, Belizean wives, Belizean husbands, Belizean children, confusing it or mixing it up with illegal fishing. This is not to be confused. Let's make that clear. Illegal fishing is occurring, that is true. More so in the southern areas by illegal fishing done by Central Americans. But we want to make it absolutely clear that we must not confuse. As per the records at the Fisheries Department, when the last administration arbitrarily, without any kind of consultation as well, just remember that as well, a member from Albert, no consultation, and because a rush and a mad dash for political expediency, you went ahead and declared it illegal at only Belizeans, because there was a mad rush as well to pass political legislation for the illegal gillnet ban, which is a good thing, but there was no consultation. It did not include, it was not inclusive. So with this SI, we are just fixing things. We are making things right. For the record, at the Fisheries Department, the last time, there were only 40 registered fisher folks who had permanent residency. So with that, we are just bringing it back. And on my consultation that I was traveling around this country, I visited the member from Corozal South, which is the honorable member, Honorable Florencio Marin. I visited Sarteneja. I went down south all the way to Hunting Key, Dangriga, and that is part of consultation. Now, if you're saying that we did not consult our people in Belize District, taken. But for 40 fisher folks, we can't be engaging every time for consultation. But I'll tell you this also. I acknowledge that there must be greater patrolling. But I have to go back again to history and the facts that when we entered government and we formed the new ministry, the Fisheries Department was in a deplorable condition. We need to fix that, and in less than 8 months, the blue economy, we have secured funding by making presentations, projects, proposals, and you can bet your lifesavers that very soon we're getting out more boats, more patrolling, and we're cleaning house also, because we do have some very much rogue out there fisheries officers entertained by the different local businesses that want to buy stuff illegally, right? So to answer your concerns, indeed, patrolling and enforcement is key, especially in the waters of the Belize District, not only for illegal fishing, but also for sea piracy, which is also something you must recognize as well, which is a creation of high unemployment rate, part of that done by a rampant, terrible administration that was without any kind of governance. But we follow up on this member from Albert, that we are doing everything in place to bring back the economy by way of fishes. The other thing you talk about, NASA group and running short of fish, that is a great concern, and that is also part of our 5-year strategic plan to bring back this greater controls and to even teach our people, including our people in Belize District, our brothers here, I acknowledge them. We have great working relationship. In fact, let me share with you as well that we just had a presentation of nature controversy by bringing back the shark protection. And we use our same local fisher folks to teach them that they know about shark fishing. They are fishing live sharks to tag them and release them in the water. That is part also of having them engaged. So to answer that, member, we are here, I hear concerns, we're working on it, But we stand, and I fully support that this SI was the best thing to do in the interest of this entire country. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Colette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The matter that I wish to speak on, Madam Speaker, is the matter of exportation of sea cucumber. Madam Speaker, in the Minister's presentation this morning, he signaled, of course, that there was an increase in exportation of sea cucumber. My colleague, the member for Albert, informs me, as well as others, that that she has written to the CEO in your ministry, Minister, to ask about the amounts of sea cucumber that has been exported thus far. The minister did not give us those details, but he certainly indicated that it was on the up. The problem that we find here, Madam Speaker, and people in the industry are complaining that, and of course under the UDP administration there was a moratorium or a kind of limiting of how much sea cucumber could be exported, and for the benefit of Belizeans, sea cucumber is big business. I'm told it's millions of dollars. The problem that those in the industry cite, Madam Speaker, is that they're suspecting that we are either doing one of two things, and I don't want to accuse, and so it's merely the concern being raised, and I'm sure if the minister has information, he will share it with us, that either we are overfishing in terms of, or over collecting in terms of sea cucumber, or those in the industries are under the impression that in fact we are getting sea cucumber from Mexico and exporting it under the name of Belize. The problem with that, Madam Speaker, is that one, we could land up in trouble with our Mexican neighbors. As you know, our countries signed on to these regulations, CITES and all of these, so that we limit these abuses to our natural products. And the concern again is that we are doing some kind of black market where Mexican sea cucumber is being exported under the Belizean name. And if it is not that, then it must mean that we are overtaking in terms of our own reaping of sea cucumber in this country. Either way, Madam Speaker, it would spell trouble for us, and I'm hoping that what these folks in the industry are saying is not really what the case is. I'd hope that the minister can shed some light and put the nation at ease. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please allow me to respond to what the member from Colette is saying. And indeed, I'd be more than happy to share with you that under the Ministry of the Blue Economy, the Fisheries Department, we will always act responsibly based on what we get informed and empirical evidence. You mentioned about that supposedly illegal occurrences of bringing in sea cucumber and registering as Belize, exporting it. We're all too familiar with this. And I want to assure you, as your Minister of the Blue Economy, I take our job very seriously to get ourselves informed, to get the information. I'd be more than happy to share it and make it publicly as well, because if I wrote everything, we have it there. But to make it clear, sea cucumber is something very lucrative, as you mentioned, and we all know. But we have to act in a very much a sustainable manner that we extract sea cucumber. Nothing is wrong with extracting it, nothing is wrong. But the responsibility of the blue economy calls for a delicate balance, that we control the production for it to last for generations, because we don't want to over-deplete it. And as far as we know, the controls and quotas are being given only to cooperatives. You won't get any private individual to get this kind of license for the moment, because we have to gather the evidence. As far as I can tell you about the illegal importation or using Belize as a transshipping to take it out to the other markets, I was informed, based on information that we inherited with the past administration, that there was no oversight based on the ministers. That I can tell you. And the officers and the fisheries officers working real hard were trying as best as possible to control this illegal kind of importations. I can tell you that that was happening very much so under the previous administration. Under this administration, I can assure you that we will not tolerate that, and the blue economy does not call for that. Secondly, we as a member of the regional body of OSPESCA, we have a responsibility because we can be cited if this country would get this kind of illegal importation from Mexico, or wherever you're going to get them, and to export abroad, we can be called out. And I can assure member, I assure you that that has no place for our ministry. If there is anything like that, the ministry has nothing to do with it, and we will follow it to the full extent of the law, not to tolerate that. We must be very careful with that. And we are all too aware about these things here, and we are monitoring it really carefully. In terms of, finally, the production of sea cucumber, it's about to come to a close, but we're coming up with a framework, and that is part of the 5 years framework we're doing, to use everything we have available in our waters in a very responsible way, that next year the extraction of sea cucumber will be made more efficiently. There's more oversight, and that is where we are making projects, proposals to secure this type of funding that we can put back, inject in the ministry, so that we can take care of our products and have more oversight over it. Thank you very much.
I recognize the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister.
Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
Honorable members, the question is that I recognize the Leader of Opposition and Member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I promise not to hold my colleagues for too long. Madam Speaker, again, I bid
Can
good
I ask
afternoon.
if the mic, I'm not hearing you very well.
Sorry. I bid good afternoon to the wonderful people in Mesopotamia. Also, again, thank the GG for his service, and I do support the government's move. I applaud the government's move to raise his pay and to provide for health care, etc. The matter of urgent concern that I'd like to talk about is vaccination. You know, the Prime Minister always says that we shouldn't argue just to argue and oppose each other just to oppose each other. And we need to identify mutual interests to approach on a bipartisan manner. And certainly getting our people vaccinated is one of those issues. I again congratulate the Ministry of Health for trying their best to manage this pandemic. It is not difficult. It is something that is very arduous. That is why I've asked the Prime Minister to reconvene the COVID-19 National Oversight Committee, because I believe this is a burden that we should all share. It should not be shouldered just by the government. The social partners, the opposition, and other stakeholders should all be at that table. As far as the vaccination, Madam Speaker, I urge the Minister of Health and the Cabinet to consider creating incentives for people to get vaccinated. One of those incentives is lifting restrictions for fully vaccinated people. The science from CDC says that fully vaccinated people are highly unlikely to transmit COVID-19 and to spread it. And nonetheless, if fully vaccinated people can enjoy their rights again, enjoy social activities again, along with fully vaccinated people, that would serve as an incentive for those who are reluctant to get vaccinated to say they don't want to miss out on the restoration of their constitutional rights. So I plead with the government to consider using these incentives in order to get people to get vaccinated en masse. And I encourage the nation to please get vaccinated. That is the only way that we can get back to normal. It is the only way that we can reopen our economy. If we don't get vaccinated, what you will see is COVID-19 cases continue to increase, and we will see greater restrictions on our freedom. So again, we have to do our part, but I pray that the government would consider incentives that fully vaccinated people be allowed to enjoy concerts, to be able to enjoy whatever special events or activities that, again, lend to our mental health. You know, it is not just about physical health. Mental health is important, and being restricted for so long is really maddening. So I pray that they take these things into consideration, and I encourage everyone to get vaccinated. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Minister, Member for Kayano.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, clearly the Ministry of Health and Wellness follows all of the indications that we get from the WHO, and we're also aware of the indications from the CDC. And as time progresses and we have more Belizeans getting fully vaccinated, clearly there will be incentives for them. Clearly, moving this country forward, moving this economy forward requires more Belizeans getting vaccinated, Madam Speaker. And if the now leader of the opposition, which I think he is, would have listened in on Wednesday, he would know that the business community and the Tourist Board has now partnered with the Ministry of Health and Wellness to provide incentives for the Belizeans to get out and get vaccinated. And so we're moving in that direction, Madam Speaker. Clearly, saving one's lives and protecting the lives of loved ones should be paramount among all of us and the foremost in our minds. And we would hope that that would be the greatest motivation for people to get out and get vaccinated. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize Deputy Prime Minister, Member for Lekai.
House do now adjourn.
Honourable members, the question is that the House do now adjourn. All those in favour, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The House now stands adjourned.